Alright, gets to bed. Let's watch back the Monza Grand Prix.
Leading traded into the Rivalries, PHOENIXGRAY. Much left to compete for in the championships as we get underway, and it is a raining and wet qualifying here on the Dutch coast. As we get underway, and not, as I say, not that much more left to compete for in the championships, either the drivers or the constructors. PHOENIXGRAY, the champion of the world. Red Bull, the constructors champion of the world. But there is still a couple of bits to play for. The best of the rest battle behind PHOENIXGRAY. Beaten 411 points, 9 points clear of Welsh Sponge, who is only 14 points clear of Adams. So a good result from any of those three could sway the day. Welsh Sponge won last time out in Portimao. Adams came home in P2 in front of his teammate LA in P3, who was only 2 points clear of Unaldi in the battle for P5 in the drivers' standings. Shane Bolan and Smalley separated by only 2 points in the Haas team. Unfortunately, neither driver is here today. And in the constructors' standings, it is pretty much all done and dusted. The only one still really going is Williams versus Haas. Taz Manager and Carlos Sainz taking on Jack C today, and they need Jack C needs to outscore Williams by 11 points to claim that P9 spot for the Haas team. 15 drivers here today, as you can see. No Adams or LA. So Welsh Sponge and Beaten getting ready to battle out squarely for the best of the rest category behind PHOENIXGRAY, as we have cars out on track. And the first car is, as always, the Dutchie, who goes round the mighty banking at Zandvoort. Gets a little wobble on, and here we go. Goes across the start-finish line to start the last qualifying lap on F1 2024. The first of the last qualifying laps on F1 24 for MSC F1. I'm trying to get my database open to work. Unfortunately, I'm having a small issue with it as we're following the Dutchie through turn 3, amazingly banked turn 3, 21 degrees at the apex, and then it's through the fast and flowing section through the sand dunes, and the Dutchie up to the first sector split for a 27.8. We'll compare that to Welsh Sponge, who's coming up to that first sector split now. 27.8 to beat, 27.998 for Welsh Sponge, so it's advantage the Dutchie in the wet conditions here at Zandvoort, as the Dutchie now through the hammerhead section at the far end of the track. Turns 8, 9, 10. As the Dutchie now through into the stadium section. Sharp right hand chicane into a long left hand hairpin. And then it's just the last couple of corners to go for the Dutchie. Get a good critical exit here. Then through the banking. Keep it all under control. Keep it pointing the right way. And here we go. The Dutchie up to the line. First car to complete a lap. So 120.457. Welsh Sponge, next car to come across the line. Now goes even faster by about 0.4 of a second. 120.051. Up next to the line is Sydney on a 22.479, 2 seconds then off the pace, 2.5 seconds off the pace of Welsh Sponge as we look toward the champion-elect PHOENIXGRAY in the Red Bull. Didn't have a great showing last time out in Portimao, as through the banking he goes. No DRS, of course, in this weather, and PHOENIXGRAY on the run to the line. 1:19.1, 9 tenths faster, the Flying Scotsman well and truly on song here. Who else are we looking toward? Moomin Rider in the McLaren. Comes down the pit straight, just in front is the Alpine of Daddy Cool on a 21.7. Moomin Rider a 19.3. gets inside 0.2 of a second of PHOENIXGRAY, just about. Tasmanager 21.8 goes P6. Crytek a 120.798 for P5, splits the two Alpines and is about a second faster than Daddy Cool. Up now to the line in the Kick Sauber is Edveer, goes across the line a 121.9, P8 a tenth off Tasmanager. Now it's the Mercedes of Cam Mackenzie, who started this year with a battle against Simon Levac, and Cam Mackenzie 118.8, 0.3 faster than anyone else, goes to the top of the field. I was just saying, Cam Mackenzie started the year with a rivalry between himself and Simon Levac in the Ferrari before Simon got dropped for Autron in Ferrari's second seat, and he has been able to shed that shackle since then, as we now look toward Carlos Sainz in the second of the two Williams cars. Tasmanager sets of 21.8, and Carlos Sainz, always good in qualifying. Where can he put that Williams? Of 21.2, good enough for P7 as it stands. Half a tenth clear of Daddy Cool, half a tenth off the back of Crytek. Beaten on an outlap in the Red Bull. Everyone else has already set laps. Always on in laps. Daddy Cool has gone for a second lap to improve on the 21.7 to a 21.3. Remains P8, but closes the gap down between himself and Carlos Sainz. Up now to the line, I believe is Tasmanager, and up to the line he goes, 26.6. An abandoned lap there for Tasmanager, or maybe just a battery recharge lap. As through the first corner we go now, and it seems to have stopped raining here at Zandvoort. So expect now the track to dry and get much, much quicker. And where does that leave the likes of Cam Mackenzie, Beaton, and PHOENIXGRAY? Is Beaton now around the last corner to start his first flying lap of the day. So we follow Beaton now through the first sector up toward turn 3. And now into the far sector of the track, PHOENIXGRAY. The track definitely getting faster. It's PHOENIXGRAY 117.6, first car into the 117s. So we still follow his teammate Beaton now into the back end of the middle sector through the long and treacherous turn 10. And now flooring it down this mini straight over the middle sector split. 55.0 here for Beaton. It's now Beaton into the last couple of corners. Moonman Rider's gone purple, a 17.594. That's just gone across the line. Beaton then on the run to the line. Track getting quicker. It's an 18.5 for Beaton. Puts himself P3 provisionally. Cam Mackenzie's gone back to the pits. Welsh Sponge as well. Carlos Sainz has gone faster to a 19.1. Tasmanager's on a 120.1. Edveer 120.2. Just gone 2 seconds faster pretty much. Daddy Cool 120.2. The Dutchie 120.4, but on a new flying lap. Crytek, Sydney both on out laps. We're yet to see Jack C, Cinders or Yinaudi out on track. As DRS just then gets enabled. Now who's coming down pit straight? Who's that going to help? Daddy Cool on the run to the line. It finds a 2.5, goes to an 18.6, goes to P4. Splits Beaton and Cam Mackenzie. Cam Mackenzie back out on track on an outlap. Beaton's gone purple through the middle sector by 0.9 of a second. All of a sudden the track really coming to the drivers. Moonman Rider's bailing into the pits. So Beaton on a set of intermediates could be looking for an absolute worldie of a lap here on the intermediates. Probably one of the last laps we'll see on the inters before we might get to see some of the Red Bull soft compound tyres with 9.5 minutes to go. Beaton a 17.0 improves by a 2.5. The Dutchie a 17.4 goes to P2. Who else is on track at the moment? Daddy Cool's on track and found a 1/4 of a second through the first sector. Cam Mackenzie is on a set of the soft compound tyres on a flying lap now. This will be an interesting tell to see what the track is doing. Is Cam Mackenzie now out of turn 3 up toward the sand dunes of 4 and 5. up toward turn 6. Autron joining the session. Cam McKenzie through the first sector split. 5 seconds slower, so maybe the softs not quite ready yet. Welsh Sponge out there on a set of softs. Crytek is on a set of inters and gone purple through the middle sector. What about Sydney? Sydney's going through the final sector as well, just behind Crytek. So this will be incredibly interesting. And now Crytek around the final corner in the Aston Martin. The sole Aston Martin here today. Where can he get himself? Up to the top row. Crytek a 15.5 on the set of intermediates. Absolutely flying. Meanwhile, the car behind Sydney, 17.045, goes to P2. 16 thousandths of a second clear of Beaton. The track definitely coming back toward the drivers. And PHOENIXGRAY's out there on a set of the softs. Beaton improves to a 15.6. Stays behind Crytek, but it jumps Sydney. Cam McKenzie still out there on a set of softs, whereas purple in the final sector. The softs beginning to get alive. They just take a little bit of time. Welsh Sponge as well on a set of softs. Carlos Sainz, Taz Manager, Edfear 2. Jack C, Cinders, Autron still in the pits. Yanaudi's out on track now on a set of the intermediate tyres. As we're going to follow Yanaudi now through the back half of this lap. As into the stadium section goes the Mercedes car. It's been very consistent throughout the year. What now can he do at the end? As Yanaudi on the run to the line goes purple. That's what he can do at the end. A 112.853. Plenty clear of pretty much everyone else. Now, what kind of times are the soft runners towing? Cam McKenzie, 6 seconds improvement through the middle sector. All of a sudden, those softs have come to life, and Cam McKenzie's on the run to the line. The first soft shod lap, a 110.1. I think now the red walls are where you want to be. As Welsh Sponge on the run to the line goes even faster on a 109.8. 3/10 clear of Cam McKenzie. Movement Riders on an outlap. What about Edfear and Cinders? Both are on outlaps, both are on a set of softs, both are on for hopefully good laps for the lean green fighting Kick Sauber machine. As Edfear now through the first sector, through round turn 3. PHOENIXGRAY goes to the top again. 109.5, yellow flags in sector 2 for a slow moving Mercedes. As Edfear now into the far part of the track, turns 8 and 9. And now Edfear through turn 10 onto the mini DRS straight up toward the stadium section. Edfear hard onto the brakes, purple through the middle sector. Edfear looking good here at the moment on this particular lap. That yellow flag now into the final sector. It is for a slow moving Cam McKenzie, who's on the way back to the pits as Carlos Sainz jumps up the order. So too does Movement Rider. 110.1 and a 110.4 respectively for those two drivers. Tyres Manager 111.6. Edfear finished the lap on a 15.7. We've seen those softs take a couple of laps to warm up, so expect that Kick Sauber to go faster. Daddy Cool on a 118.6, going faster on a set of the softs. Cinders on a lap as well in the Kick Sauber. Haven't seen Cinders around for a few races now, so it's good to see him back here at the finale. As through the stadium section comes Cinders now in toward the last couple of corners. Turns 13 and 14. Open up the DRS. We're picking up a slipstream off the Aston Martin of Crytek in front. Daddy Cool 112.5 goes to P7. Baton by Cinders for a 111.7. Cinders then up to P7. Jack C and Autron still both in the pits. 4.5 minutes to go. Movement Rider has just set that 110.1. Anyone else shaping a lap at the moment? Steady Cool through the first sector, not improving on that particular effort. Beaton's on a flying lap though, found is definitely on a flying lap at the moment to improve on a 15.6. Season been P11. And Beaton then through the first sector split, improving by 1.7 seconds exactly. As Beaton through turn 8 and 9, now in toward turn 10. Trying to pick up the DRS now as Beaton sets off down the straight toward the stadium section. 3.5 seconds improvement. It's solid from Beaton, but it's not really enough. We'll need to find another 3 seconds or so on the run to the line as Crytek improves to a 110.8, splits the two Williams in P6. Beaton now around the banking, 3 minutes to go in the last qualifying session of Season 5. Beaton on the run to the line. Jumps to P7 on a 110.896. Sydney just put a lap in of a 111.9. That sees the Racing Bull go to P10 as Ortron now heads out of the garage onto the track. Just behind his teammate, the Ferrari of Welsh Sponge. We saw how strong the two Ferraris were at working in a slipstream a couple of weeks ago in Monza. Oh, and Ortron having to bail off there into the gravel, trying to get out of the way of Beaton. That was picks up, collects Beaton in fact, and Ortron then gets a 5-place grid penalty for that collision. Now what does Beaton do? 2.5 minutes on the clock has gone off, needs to get some heat and life back into those tyres, get the gravel off them, as here we go, PHOENIXGRAY, last run goes through turn 1 and turn 2, climbs your way down toward turn 3 then. Square up on the power as soon as possible. We're going to ride on board with PHOENIXGRAY through the sand dunes, up through turns 4, 5 and 6, then down towards 7. It's purple first sector for PHOENIXGRAY. And here comes turn 8 and 9, downshift 1 to 6th gear, downshift another couple to 4th for turn 9, then in toward turn 10. Hold that 4th gear all the way through, don't quite clip the apex, it squares up the exit much nicer for you. PHOENIXGRAY opens up the DRS and now down toward the middle sector split, finding yet more time is PHOENIXGRAY. Can he stamp out the year the way he has done through so much of it? Completely dominant, and now into the last couple of corners, PHOENIXGRAY. Just one more corner to go, it's just that banking, you hold on for dear life, you open up the DRS as soon as you can, and now the run to the line, PHOENIXGRAY, can he improve? Yes he can, by a tenth of a second, 109.422, goes even faster. Up to the line now is coming Cinders, who sits P9 to start was most likely his final flying lap, 111.7 to beat. Ortron on a flying run here going into turn 9 with a minute left on the clock. Plenty of time still for last ditch efforts to come in as the Dutchie sets off underway to improve on that 17.4 that he sat on a set of intermediate tyres. So the Dutchie still sitting on a whole keg of time as Ortron through the middle sector being indicated as going purple. Beaton gets out of the way off the back of the stadium section. Does Beaton have time to go around once more as Ortron now up to the line for his one and only effort in qualifying. 110.5 goes to P6 for Ortron onto the third row of the grid. Up next to the line is Moomin Rider on an invalidated lap. He'll go again for one last improvement. Carlos Sainz can't improve his time, was slower by 0.02 of a second. Beaton's just gone across the line to start a new flying lap. Cam McKenzie and Yinaldi are on flying runs now as well. Sydney is on an outlet with 4 seconds to go, will not have time to go around again. PHOENIXGRAY though is going again. The checkered flag falls for the last time here in qualifying, and the first car up to the line will be Cinders. Improves to P10 on a 111.7, then beaten by the Dutchie on a 110.7. Up next to the line goes Daddy Cool on a 111.464. Then comes that was the Racing Bull of Sydney going across the line there. Here comes Tasmanja, 111.6 to beat. Needs a good result for Williams, to the Williams team. 111.481 remains P11. Here comes Edvir on trying to improve on a 15.7. It's finding 5 seconds through the first couple of parts of the lap. Edvir P3 a 109.9. The Haas of Jack C over the line a 110.9. Here comes the Mercedes at Cam Mackenzie's found time through the first couple of sectors, needs a mighty final sector, can't do it but goes to the front row on a 109.8. What about Welsh Sponge? Welsh Sponge isn't finding time on this lap, so his qualifying is done. What about the likes of Moomin Rider? His lap invalidated. Carlos Sainz, PHOENIXGRAY's gone even faster, or 109.1. Carlos Sainz heads back to the pits. That then brings an end to qualifying for Season 5. PHOENIXGRAY will start the race from pole position from Cam Mackenzie and Welsh Sponge, Rinaldi and Edveer, Moomin Rider, Carlos Sainz, Ortron, Beaton, the Dutchy, Krytek, Jack C, Daddy Cool, Taz Manager, Cinders and Sydney. The running order for the 16 cars to set off in a few moments' time for the race. As that formally brings the qualifying session to an end, I'm going to pause the stream just very quickly just to see if I can get the telemetry working, and then we'll be good to go. Of course, Ortron with that 5-place grid penalty for picking up Beaton on an in-lap. Ortron will start from P13, not P8, so Beaton will be P8 from the Dutchy, Krytek, Jack C, Daddy Cool, and then Ortron, so the Ferrari will have a job to do going into the last race. Folks, I will be back in just a second. Please stay with us, and I will bring you a race start time as soon as I know it, as we build toward the Grand Prix. Well, welcome back to the stream in preparation for the final Grand Prix, the Dutch Grand Prix here for MSC Season 5, Round 25 of the Clubsport division. We have a go time in just 3 minutes time, 180 seconds, the 3-minute board being shown in front of the drivers. And I am hoping that when we get underway. My telemetry will pick up signal once more. So I'm sad because it is a very useful extra little thing I can add and have been adding, I hope, to great effect through the last few races, but it seemed to have stopped working for me in the last couple of weeks, or the last couple of streams, which, truth be told, makes me a little sad. As into the last race, go on then, let's hear your predictions for the Grand Prix. Those of you watching along at home, let's hear your predictions, let's hear your hot moments, your hot takes from the season, and how accurate they were, and any last kind of final shout-outs, final moments that you'd love to bring some appreciation to before the end. Of course, anyone watching via the Discord stream as well, more than welcome to input the same way. So here we go, just 60 seconds now until we get underway.
Alright, gets to bet. Let's watch back to the Monza Grand Prix.
Leading train into the PHOENIXGRAY.
There was a potential little moment where Jack C and Moomin Rider, we didn't see it on the stream, but Jack C had a half spin and might have had a moment with Moomin Rider that cost him a lap, but thankfully all is forgiven and all is understanding and all is understood between the two. No hard feelings going into the race, as here we go. We get ready for the formation lap of the last Grand Prix, and it's PHOENIXGRAY leading us away on row 1. Behind him, the Mercedes of Cam McKenzie. Then there's Welsh Sponge and Yanaldi on row 2. Red Bull, Mercedes, Ferrari, Mercedes. On row 3 we find Ed Veer in front of Moomin Rider. Row 4, Carlos Sainz with another fantastic qualifying. In front of the best of the rest, Hopeful, Beaten. Row 5 we find the Dutchy and Crytek. Of course, the Dutchy having a home race this weekend as well. Crytek in the lone, Aston Martin. Then on row 6, Jack C and Daddy Cool. Daddy Cool making a return to MSC F1 for a good time and a long while. Ortron then lines up in front of Taz Manager on row 7, and Cinders and Sydney line up on row 8, the back row of the grid. And we look to see the starting tyres, and it is a very good mix up and down the field. The front 2 rows all starting on the Red Wall soft compound tyres. Split strategies on row 3. Edveer goes for a set of mediums, Movement Rider set of softs, split strategy row 4 Carlos Sainz, mediums, Beaten set of softs, and then Dutchy and Krytek and Jack C all on the softs. Daddy Cool set of mediums, Ultron a set of softs, Tasmanager mediums, and Cinders and Sydney looking to go long on a set of the white-walled hard compound tyres. My telemetry isn't connecting today, so we'll be doing it the old-fashioned way as they take their grid spots ready for the last race on F124 for MSC F1. And we wait for those 5 red lights. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 red lights, 5 pairs, and it's lights out, and it's go, go, go for the final time in MSC F1 on F124, and it's a great start from PHOENIXGRAY and Welsh Sponge on the clean side of the grid. Welsh Sponge trying to hold it around the outside of Cam Mackenzie as they go through the hairpin at turn 1. Welsh Sponge looks to now have the advantage on the run out of turn 2, so it's PHOENIXGRAY from Welsh Sponge, Cam Mackenzie, Yanaudi, Edveer's then holding P5, through comes Beaten into P6. He's had a great start up from P8, and now he's drag racing Movement Rider to try and hold on to that position as they go through the sand dunes. Edveer getting in a bit of a block there in front of Movement Rider. That's going to allow Beaten to dance around the outside at turn 6. Although Movement Rider on the inside line has a much better run of it. Carlos Sainz holds P8 from the Dutchy Krytek. Tasmanager's got in front of Jack C for P11. Cinders to 13. Daddy Cool to 14th. Ultron's gone backwards to 15th. Sydney holds off in last. And there in the background going into the wall was Daddy Cool getting all wrong out of turn 9 down toward turn 10. And that is going to put a dent in the Alpine's front wing and his momentum as we look back toward the front of the field. And it's PHOENIXGRAY taking us into turn 13 and 14 for the first of 72 times here for the final Grand Prix. And PHOENIXGRAY now down the front straight away heads off toward the pit wall, tries to break the slipstream snake, but that's not going to stop Welsh Sponge in the Ferrari, who gains and gains and gains but can't quite gain enough as they hit the brakes for the turn 1 hairpin. Cinders has just got in front of Ultron for P13 down toward turn 1, though Ultron being able to fight that one back. We're keeping an eye on that on the mini map. Meanwhile, up at the front, it's PHOENIXGRAY still from Welsh Sponge, Cam Mackenzie, Yanaudi, Edveer, Movement Rider, Beaten, Carlos Sainz, the Dutchy, Jack C, Krytek, Ultron, Tasmanager, Cinders, Sydney and Daddy Cool, the running order at the end of lap 1. As Welsh Sponge now into the far part of the track down toward turn 10. This is Welsh Sponge's first DRS zone. Can he make the Ferrari sing and dance his way past the Red Bull, the prancing horse, into chasing into the stadium section? Small lock up from Cam Mackenzie just behind. And now down toward turn 13 and 14. Welsh Sponge, this is going to be his best run here. The DRS wide open through the banking, IndyCar style, set it up from a long way back and then down the straightaway. Here we go. Welsh Sponge makes the first move for the lead and takes the purple lap for good measure as he's up the inside down toward turn 1. Beaten getting in front of, a little bit of contact there as we cut to it. Beaten getting back in front of Movement Rider and then just slightly overcooking it into the back of Edveer, but no damage done and nothing broken. So Beaten now into P6, good to challenge Edveer for P5, who Edveer already a second and a half off the top 4. As this little trio then a second and a half in front of the Dutchy, Carlos Sainz, Jack C, Krytek, then another quartet a little further back, and then it's Ultron, who's now in a bit of no man's land. Now he's cleared Tasmanager and Sydney, and then there's Cinders and Daddy Cool at the back of the field, but up in the front now, Welsh Sponge trying to break away from the Red Bull here as he heads down toward the stadium section. The front 3 right on the fringes of being able to drop Yanaudi from DRS ranges. Beaten looking to line up a move on Edveer, just as we saw Welsh Sponge do a lap ago to his teammate. Open up the DRS, sit in the slipstream through the banking, and then set your move down toward turn 1. Beaten already alongside before they even get to the pit wall. Here comes Movement Rider. This could be tight down toward the first chicane. The first hairpin. Movement Rider up the inside gets the move done as well. So Edveer losing 2 positions on one straight at the front. PHOENIXGRAY went for a late move on Welsh Sponge down the front straight, and he got up into the lead, back into the lead I should say. as the top 4 now 2 seconds clear of Beaton, who's bringing Moomin Rider along with him. So Welsh Sponge just had a little look there at the inside of turn 7, nothing coming from it, and it's cost himself some momentum then in toward turn 8 and 9. So through turn 10 they go, back down toward the stadium section, past that little lake just off the inside. And Welsh Sponge again having another look up the inside. Cam Mackenzie much more confident on the brakes into turn 11 and 12. I wonder if Cam Mackenzie's trying to eye up a move here on Welsh Sponges. Into the banking we go, riding on that helicopter shot, and now looking down the front straight. Welsh Sponge is in, pulling out of the wheel tracks now. Here comes Cam Mackenzie as well, trying to line one up. Moomin Rider's going for a move on Beaton. Welsh Sponge gets Phoenix Grey. Cam Mackenzie holds put. Moomin Rider gets in front of Beaton as well. And here comes the Dutchie and Edveer. These two have caught onto this train. Jack C's just picked off Carlos Sainz for P9. This is good for Jack C and Haas, who wants to make up the 10-point difference. 11 points reminder is what Haas needs to overtake Williams for the battle of not being last in the constructors standings, which really is the only battle left going in the constructors. As up at the front, Welsh Sponge still leading the way, has taken back the lead from Phoenix Grey, who started on pole and led the first couple of laps before DRS games ensued. And now on the run down towards the stadium section, turns 11 and 12. Yinaudi's caught more comfortably back to up to the leading trio. The two Mercedes then definitely preparing some kind of attack, as Cam Mackenzie is much closer to Phoenix Grey than Phoenix Grey is to Welsh Sponge, but I don't think that will make much of a difference. And we've got a yellow flag in sector 3. Can't see for who, as down the front straight we go. Phoenix Grey and Cam Mackenzie both go past Welsh Sponge as they hit the brakes down toward turn 1. Jack C goes for purple. Welsh Sponge goes for the old up and under on the exit out of turn 1. Can't quite get it back done. Now goes to the high side around turn 3. Sets himself up for a great run on the power. And now Welsh Sponge trying to line one up against Cam Mackenzie through the dunes, where it's always pretty much been one by one. And Welsh Sponge looking and pleading for a way past the Mercedes, but the prancing horse can't quite prance its way past. Carlos Sainz falls behind Krytek. That is now down to P11 for the Williams driver, so it's a 2-point advantage for Jack C, as we've got a yellow flag, and that is for Beaton, who's gone straight on at turn 9. Breaks off the front wing of the Red Bull in quite a lot of damage. I wonder what's gone on there. That looks like he's just locked up and gone straight on as he gets back going, but he's all the way down in P12 now, and with no front wing, that Red Bull will surely be coming into the pits in the very near future, as we look toward the leaders who once more go onto the front straight. Cam Mackenzie all trying to line up and pass on Phoenix Grey. Welsh Sponge just sitting behind. Cam Mackenzie down the insides at turn 1. Welsh Sponge decides to stay put as Autron momentarily leaves the session. Jack C up to P8 then. Carlos Sainz back to P10. Carlos Sainz and Krytek just behind Jack C there in the battle for P8. That could be very interesting very quickly, as Taz Manager picks off the Red Bull of Beaton, who's deciding to stay out on track. I wonder if he knows something that we do not here in the commentary box, as Cam Mackenzie now into the lead for the first time today. Makes his way through turn 9 and 10. Yellow flag, sector 2, that is for a slow moving McLaren of Moomin Rider, who's got back underway, as there looks like then there is some rain beginning to fall here at Zandvoort. All of a sudden, with the rain beginning to fall, we saw it in qualifying how quickly it stopped and went dry. How quickly will the track go to wet, as we're not even 10% into the race, and Edveer and Moomin Rider both get past the Dutchie at the stadium section. As into the pits, oh, I thought the leader was going into the pits. Cam Mackenzie of the leading quartet all decides to stay out. Phoenix Grey picks up a 10-second penalty for speeding in the pits as he goes on to the set of intermediate tyres. The rest of the leading quartet all bailed into the pits. Phoenix Grey, Welsh Sponge and Yinaudi, as Edveer into the pits as well. So too Carlos Sainz and the Dutchie. So it's all go down on pit lane. And who is this going to favour the most, as Phoenix Grey holds off Welsh Sponge out of the pits. There is the Williams of Taz manager who didn't box on that lap around. How much time are the Inters going to make up on the wets? This is going to be on the soft compound tyres, I should say. It's PHOENIXGRAY 20.1 seconds off the lead. We're going to keep this stat open because this will give us the tell as to what the better tyres is to be on at this point in time. PHOENIXGRAY has relatively clear air, 3 seconds the gap behind Ortron, as Beaton was able to go into the pits. Now with the rain falling for a set of intermediates and a new front wing, it's been fairly even inters versus softs, considering that those softs are 7-8 laps old already. So I think Cam Mackenzie might have called this one right by staying out a lap longer, as into the pits he comes now, and he too picks up a 10-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. How catastrophic is that going to be for him and PHOENIXGRAY as we head toward the end of the race? Jack C picks up a 10-second for speeding in the lane as well, as we follow now Cam Mackenzie, who releases the pit limiter and down toward turn 1. Where is Ortron and PHOENIXGRAY? There's Ortron being ghosted out. There goes PHOENIXGRAY, but Cam Mackenzie's already out of the pit lane and clear and away. 2 and a bit seconds clear of PHOENIXGRAY. Cam Mackenzie, by going a lap longer on the softs, has done himself a very good job there indeed, as PHOENIXGRAY, Welsh Sponge and Yanaldi all dispatch the ghosting Ortron. Moomin Rider comes out back in front of Edveer, with a gap only at half a second. The Dutchie half a second clear of Krytek and Carlos Sainz just behind there as well. Jack C's lost a lot of time in the pit stop window. Then there's Taz Manager, who's holding P12. There's Beaton, who did get a new front wing. DRS now disabled. We look back toward the leaders, and Cam Mackenzie 1.6, 1.7 clear of PHOENIXGRAY, who's got the afterburners on and has put a good time dent into Welsh Sponge. Already that gap at 1.3. Yanaldi sitting 0.7 of a second behind Welsh Sponge as we watch the rain fall in the stadium section, and Cam Mackenzie into turn 13 and 14 in the Mercedes. Moomin Rider gets past the ghosting Ortron now, so too does Edveer. Cam Mackenzie then leads us on to lap 10 of 72. So there into the pits goes Ortron under AI control. Edveer just about squeezing past Moomin Rider, forcing Moomin Rider high and wide, and Edveer up into P5 at his home Grand Prix. How important is a good result for the Kick Sauber here today? As Carlos Sainz and Krytek still tucked up behind the Dutchie, and for P7 is this particular battle. As Taz Manager will pick off Ortron here for P11. Meanwhile, up at the front, PHOENIXGRAY gap down to 1.2 from Cam Mackenzie. Both of whom have 10-second time penalties to serve. So both of these drivers need to put the afterburners on a little bit and try and build out a gap to Welsh Sponge, because if it goes to dry again, it's a long race still to go, folks. If we go dry again, then that 10-second penalty will be served in a pit stop. It's PHOENIXGRAY now loses half a second through the last half of the lap. We'll look toward Edveer and Moomin Rider, who are still very close to each other on track, but Moomin Rider slightly further back this time around than Edveer was a lap ago when he made the move. As Krytek and Carlos Sainz both sit behind the Dutchie. Beaton's got past Ortron, who looks like might be back under human control. No, Ortron's still out there under AI power. As Cam Mackenzie once more into the far end of the circuit. Welsh Sponge still under pressure from Yanaldi. He knows that all he needs to do is stay inside 10 seconds of the leaders if it does go to dry again, or if the rain gets any wetter than this, because he does have the advantage of not having that penalty. So too does Yanaldi, and Yanaldi can just sit behind Welsh Sponge and apply pressure as much as he needs to. any other battles else on track. Carlos Sainz very close to the back of Krytek. We'll cut to the battle now. Krytek just about able to hold off Carlos Sainz down toward turn 11 and 12 and the stadium section. So leaders go over the line onto lap 12 of 72. We're a sixth of the way into the Grand Prix. And moving riders getting closer to the back of Edveers, shaping a move in the Papaya McLaren. Just a bit too far back and locks up down toward turn 1. And that's going to cost him time and momentum. Toward Carlos Sainz, the Dutchie just beginning to drop Krytek a bit, and Carlos Sainz staying right with Krytek and now shaping a move on the high side at turn 3. Nothing going there. Yellow flag, sector 2. That is for a slow moving Daddy Cool, who's got back up to racing speed and back underway. I wonder if there's a bit of damage to the front wing of that Alpine. Nothing visually. And Daddy Cool good to carry on. As we look at the gap at the front again, PHOENIXGRAY staying at about 1.8 behind Cam Mackenzie. But Welsh Sponge now up to 2.5 seconds off the back of PHOENIXGRAY. The Mercedes and the Red Bull just beginning to, as I say, apply the afterburners, burn the wick. As Carlos Sainz has just been able to pick off Krytek for P8. As he tries to secure that Williams P9 spot in the constructors as Taz Manager and Beaton going wheel to wheel. That's down at turn 9, down toward turn 10. Taz Manager's on the inside line. Beaton shaping for the up and under. Now it's all about the traction. As you can see, the rain coming in almost sideways through the helicopter shot. And now down toward the stadium section. Beaton would have to try from a long way back. Thinks better of it, stays in the wheel tracks as they make their way through turn 12. So we're going to, I think, stay with this battle for a little while longer as they make their way through turn 13 and 14. Now onto the banking. Beaton goes high and wide to try and get out of the slipstream and the spray of Taz Manager. Gets some clean air on that front wing, and now it's a drag race down toward turn 1. Taz Manager able to defend off in a straight line, and Taz Manager holds on to P11 for the moment. And what this is doing is holding Beaton up and almost securing Carlos Sainz, Krytek and Jack C an extra position for much longer into the race. As Beaton traditionally throughout the season always been a front runner, so being unable to clear Taz Manager might just mean that those further up have an extra couple of points coming their way come when the checkered flag falls. As Carlos Sainz still just in front of Krytek. Krytek goes for a lunge up the inside, was too far back and doesn't make the move stick. Beaton, Taz Manager still going at it at turn 9. This time Beaton around the outside at turn 10 gets the move done, and he is up to P11, 17.5 seconds behind Jack C, and those in front is there we see Krytek and Carlos Sainz wheel to wheel through the banking, and now down onto the front straightaway. Carlos Sainz has the inside line in the Williams. That's not going to stop Krytek though, who goes 2 wheels onto the grass but gets the move done into turn 1. Rinaldi still very close to the back of Welsh Sponge, who's now 3.5 seconds off the back of PHOENIXGRAY, and who is 2.5 off the back of Cam Mackenzie. So Cam and Phoenix looking very solid at this point in the race. Cam Mackenzie now about 6 seconds clear of Welsh Sponge, only needs to find another 4 or so to alleviate that 10-second penalty. Of course, PHOENIXGRAY needs to find more, about 6.5 seconds to alleviate his own penalty to Welsh Sponge. It's Jack C now right up on the back of Carlos Sainz now that Krytek has gone past. Carlos Sainz has lost 2.5 seconds, and here we go for Jack C. He has his own 10-second time penalty to serve. They're the only penalties we've got running at the moment in the field. What can the Haas do about the Williams? It's through 13 and 14 we go. Jack C 1.1 off the back. Autron being able to rejoin there for Ferraris, only a few tenths of a second off the back of Sydney, so he could still get some good points from this Grand Prix if he can push forward and keep his nose clean for the remaining 50 something laps. of the Zandvoort circuit. Cam Mackenzie now gap up to 3 seconds clear on PHOENIXGRAY at the front of the field. Yanaudi staying with Welsh Sponge, but just staying, not looking to overstress that Mercedes in these difficult and treacherous conditions, as Edveer now beginning to put a bit of a gap on Moomin Rider, the gap up to 1.4, 1.5 seconds depending on the corner. And Jack C just car lengths off the back of Carlos Sainz. So drivers definitely settled into a rhythm now. It's been about 8 laps since we've had the weather come in. We're 16 laps into the Grand Prix. So we wait to see Cam Mackenzie coming in toward turn 3. The race leader started on the front row of the grid, was beaten out by Welsh Sponge in a drag race down toward turn 1. Welsh Sponge and PHOENIXGRAY then did some swapping of the lead through the first 7 or so laps, and then when it came time for the rain to fall, Cam Mackenzie made his way to the front of the field and proceeded to then go an extra lap longer on the set of softs before making the stop onto the intermediate tyres. However, when he made that stop, that 10-second penalty came in for speeding in the pit lane, but it's not slowing down Cam Mackenzie now, as he's up to 7.5 clear of Welsh Sponge, the nearest competitor, without a penalty. Yanaudi just on this last couple of laps, on this last lap or so, losing some time off the back of Welsh Sponge. That gap has gone from about half a second to 1.2, 1.3. You can see there visibly that gap growing as well. As Autron now right up on the back of Sydney. I want to go and have a look at this battle, and there we see, and we cut to it. And Sydney carries on. Cinders goes past. In fact, I say that, and Cinders gets past Sydney as well. But Autron there up onto the grass on the run up toward turn 6 and 7. Didn't see what happened though. We just caught the end of it. Jack C still close to the back of Carlos Sainz with that 10-second penalty hanging over his head. Jack C in the Haas looked like he might have the edge over the Williams cars on the dry weather running, but the rain seems to be getting harder here at Zandvoort. 10 laps after it started to rain, you can see the quantity of drops on the screen, and there is, and I say that, and Carlos Sainz gets it crossed up at turn 7, and he dropped back behind Jack C. That was the pressure Jack C was putting the Williams driver under, and it just forced Carlos Sainz to cross the Williams up at the apex under traction and drop behind. Now Jack C 2.3 off the back of Krytek, and with the rain getting heavier, who does this begin to favour more? As all of a sudden Cam Mackenzie 2.5 clear of PHOENIXGRAY, but PHOENIXGRAY now 6.2 clear of Welsh Sponge, who's come back under fire from Yanaudi, and Edveer is coming toward that pair in front as well. Any other battles going on? Autron goes off, and where's that? That's up at turn 8 and 9. Autron's got back past Sydney and just goes a little bit wide, and you can see how much heavier it's falling, judging by the different track marks. Staying in the rain for clear and longer. So Yanaudi now trying to shape a move on Welsh Sponge. Just needs to be patient, just needs to wait. We've already seen a couple of failed overtakes in this half of the track, and it's not gone well as Sydney gets back in front of Autron, as Autron gets it crossed up out of the stadium section and breaks off a large amount of his, or some of his front wing, I thought I saw. And I wonder, are we going to see a stop onto the full wet tyres anytime soon, with Cinders into the pit lane for Kick Sauber? This will be interesting to see. What does the green machine go on to? It is a set of the full wet tyres, bigger grooves, more grooves, much more water clearance, about 150 litres per second compared to about the 70 from the intermediate tyres. I believe that's right, it's either 150 and 70 or about 30 and 80. So we've got a yellow flag down the first sector. That's just for Cinders coming back out onto track. This will be interesting to see how Cinders gets on those full wets. In fact, what we'll do, I'll open up the leader timing sheet so you can really see 1 minute 8.2. Cinders goes a lap down under that pit stop. It would be interesting to see just what those full wets are like. And is it a case of, to quote Martin Brundle, act at your leisure, act in haste and repent at your leisure? Or are those full wets the best tyre to be on? So that's all it is in weather like this. It's all about just being on the right tyres at the right time. And Carlos Sainz, despite that moment a few laps ago that cost him that P9 spot, has got back up to full racing speed and is tied right up behind Jack C in the Haas. We've got a yellow flag down at the stadium section. That was for Daddy Cool on the intermediates, who's got back underway. Carlos Sainz and Jack C going wheel to wheel down toward that stadium section, and Carlos Sainz in the Williams wins that battle out. Cam Mackenzie now 9.6 clear of Welsh Sponge, just another half second until he counteracts that penalty, that 10-second penalty that he has for speeding in the pit lane. As we have now a yellow flag in Sector 2. I think that's just for Cinders, who's getting out of the way of the leading pack as Welsh Sponge and Yanaudi make their way by. Another yellow flag Sector 2, this time for Daddy Cool. And a yellow now in Sector 1, and that's beaten there, down there in Sector 1 at Turn 3. Gets it back underway, but looking a little bit sheepish is Beaton at the moment in that Red Bull. I just begin to wonder, will anyone else take Cinders' option of going on to a full set of the wets? Doesn't look like it's the extra weather's bothering Cam Mackenzie. Gap now up to 10 seconds over Welsh Sponge. This is good for Cam Mackenzie, as it means that 10-second penalty, if he has to serve it in the pit lane, when he has to serve it in the pit lane I should say, as a set of intermediates won't get you to the end from when they stopped. It's now overruled that penalty. It's now yellow flag Sector 2. That is for Beaton again. Beaton off into the grass. I wonder if just the wheel spin and the aquaplaning catching him out. As there you can see the back end really stepping away from the Red Bull. Lost a lot of that front wing. I wonder if now the rain is just too heavy and they are beginning to think about a full set of the wets. The leaders, anyone out in the field. Moomin Riders caught back up to Edvir. Edvir's hemorrhaging time as it stands. Yellow flag as that was Cinders getting out of it for his teammate and Moomin Rider. As through turn 10 they go. You can see the rooster tails coming off the back of the tyres. So we look at the helicopter shot. Carlos Sainz has caught back up to Krytek. Carlos Sainz in this extremer weather, this wetter weather, seems to have that Williams coming alive a little bit. Still no one else diving for the pits. Yanaudi's much closer to Welsh Sponge than we've seen for a long time. Here we go, Yanaudi looking to the outside down toward turn 1. Welsh Sponge down low in the scarlet red Ferrari. Yanaudi trying to force the up and under. Welsh Sponge saw it coming and got the braking and the defending absolutely right there. Clinical defence from Welsh Sponge in the Ferrari, doing everything he can and needs to do to pick up P2 in the Drivers' Championship, with Beaton down there P12. And still some 27 seconds or so out of the points as Taz Manager. It becomes Beaton's next point of target. Edveer loses out to Moomin Rider as well while we were following Yanaudi and Welsh Sponge. Carlos Sainz still, as I mentioned a couple of moments ago, very close to the back of Crytek as they make their way down toward turn 6 and 7. So they're going slowly. That's the Alpine of Daddy Cool getting lapped. And Carlos Sainz gets Crytek, who seemed to be a little bit put offline by the lapped car, and that's allowed Carlos Sainz up into P8. And that Williams looked properly lively and properly ragged, but Carlos Sainz driving extremely well in these wetter conditions and making it dance and sing for him. As Yanaudi again once more very close to the back of PHOENIXGRAY, but no from Welsh Sponge, but nothing coming there. PHOENIXGRAY on this lap not had a particularly good one, has lost about 2 seconds to Cam Mackenzie and Welsh Sponge. I wonder if it's just been a bit of a lock-up or a bit of a moment for PHOENIXGRAY that's just slowed down our champion-elect a little bit. Other battles we got. Beaton caught back up to the back of Taz Manager as they make their way down toward the stadium section. And Yanaudi and Welsh Sponge still very close to each other as they make their way through turns 8 and 9. Movement Rider in the McLaren, since making the move on Edveer, just beginning to drop the kick Sauber a little. So we just look through the field for any updates on any of the primary battles, and this one really does look to be the one providing most of the drama at the moment, as Yanaudi now lines up another run on Welsh Sponge through the banking, through the spray and the rain, onto the front straight. This time Yanaudi too far back. Needs to be about another 3/10 of a second closer to really have a go down toward turn 1, and so Yanaudi sits behind. I wonder if he'll just charge the battery a little bit, wait to go again in a couple of laps or so. And Beaton still close to the back of Taz Manager, but not making as many of the inroads as I think Beaton would have liked to have done on the Williams. As Carlos Sainz now already put a 1.8, 1.9 seconds on Crytek in the lap and a half since he made the overtake, and now already 6.8 off the back of the Dutchie. The Dutchie getting reeled in at an alarming rate of knots. As Yanaudi now much closer to the back of Welsh Sponge. Beaton's got in front of Taz Manager down at turn 1, but we're going to follow the battle for P3 here. Mercedes versus Ferrari. Down into 13 and 14 we go once more. You can see this time just how much closer Yanaudi is, and he's looking for the different line through the banking. As I say, get that clear air. Welsh Sponge going defensive toward the pit wall, down the pit straight, but the straight line speed of the Ferrari good enough to hold off the Mercedes at the braking point. We chase back through the field as Beaton now up to P11, 28.5 off the back of Jack C, but only half a second in front of Taz Manager. Is Taz Manager close enough to try and close the gap? Yellow flag in the middle sector, and that was for our race leader. That was for Cam Mackenzie, who has just had a bit of an off down there at turn 6 and 7. Has got it back underway, but I wonder if that's what happened to PHOENIXGRAY then. Just a little off, losing 2 seconds or so. Still we wait and look at Yanaudi behind Welsh Sponge. Mercedes versus Ferrari. Through turns 11 and 12, the stadium section they go. Then in toward 13 and 14. This time Yanaudi closer. It's got a better run through the banking. might be a little bit closer down the straight, but that straight line speed of the Ferrari, it just has too many legs for him. Down toward turn 1, and so Rinaldi will have to sit and wait another lap or so. But if he keeps getting closer, he will be exactly where he needs to be to make a move at what is really the only overtaking opportunity for these F1 cars in the wet, down at turn 1. As once more up through the sand dunes they come, through turn 6 and 7. Ortron now less than 5 seconds off the back of Tasmanja. He's gaining on Tasmanja and beaten very quickly. Carlos Sainz just 4 seconds now off the back of the Dutch. He's put 3.8 on Crytek. As through turn 10 come Welsh Sponge and Rinaldi, and now it was a much better exit for Rinaldi. I wonder if he's going to go for a move. He's going to have to shape a move fairly soon down toward 11 and 12. Can't quite make his mind up which way he wants to go around the Ferrari, but that Ferrari just beginning to look a little bit squeamish under throttle. And now through 13 and 14, a good exit for the Mercedes here, could play dividends. Down the main straight, but not quite close enough, I don't reckon, as Rinaldi. As here they come down the straight once more, and Rinaldi cooling his tyres very early there on the straight. Pulls out of line. To try and cool his tyres, and all of this, what this battle is doing, is allowing now the leaders to be nearly 10 seconds clear, both of them on Welsh Sponge, to alleviate their penalties that they got on lap 7, 20 laps ago, for speeding in the pit lane. We're on lap 27 of 72 here, folks. Very nearly halfway through the Grand Prix. And it is Cam Mackenzie leading the way in the Mercedes. Started P2, lost a position early on, but made his move just as the rain began to fall. And despite that 10-second penalty, has looked absolutely flawless ever since. PHOENIXGRAY started on pole, was part of the lead pair playing past the torch in those first early laps, and then went to try and undercut Cam Mackenzie a lap earlier onto the intermediate tyres. Came in too hot into the pits. He picked up a 10-second time penalty and has been holding station pretty much in P2 ever since. Welsh Sponge started P3, made the early jump past Cam Mackenzie, and then lost out as both PHOENIXGRAY and Cam Mackenzie made their way past on about lap 5 or 6. And was one of the ones to try and undercut. Maybe went a lap too early onto the intermediate tyres, but was able to get his Ferrari slowed down in time. So doesn't have a penalty, just has the Mercedes of Rinaldi, who's really pushing him now through turn 6 and 7. Who started P4, has stayed P4, but is looking incredibly racy as the rain beginning to get lighter. Moving right, and there is the move from Welsh Sponge on Rinaldi. Sorry, I should say Rinaldi on Welsh Sponge. He stuck his nose up the inside at turn 9. And it doesn't look like it's worked out particularly well for Rinaldi. Moomin Rider, meanwhile, now only 3 seconds off the battling pair in front of him. After he made a move on Edveer a couple of laps ago, and he's just been able to really turn up that McLaren and close the gap down to those in front. Edveer then sits P6 from the Dutchy. Carlos Sainz, who's now only 2 seconds behind the Dutchy in the Williams, who's looks absolutely electrifying in this wet weather. Crytek P9, Jack C P10. Beaton's had a dogged race down there in P11. Still 29 seconds off Jack C, not really making any inroads. Ortron now is caught up to Tasmanja. The Mercedes splitting him there. That's the race leader. That's Cam Mackenzie, who's just gone past to lap Tasmanja. But Tasmanja and Ortron dropped out of the race for a little bit. Went under AI control. Lost a couple of spots and about 20 seconds or so of race time, but he's back now and putting Tasmanja under a massive amount of pressure. to the extent that Tasmanja runs on a little bit straight at turn 10, and that's allowed Ortron straight through up to P12 and 3 seconds off the back of Beaton if he wants to try and claim the best of the non-point scorers. As Yanaudi now gaining back the time that he lost about a lap ago on Welsh Sponge. The gap already back down to 0.8 of a second. And I wonder, with the rain beginning to fall less and less, how much longer it will be before it stops completely, and whether we go back to dry weather running, and what that will do for the whole situation, as Carlos Sainz now inside what would have been DRS range if it were dry on the Dutchy. That Williams really does look electrifying in the wet as he makes his way through turn 11 and 12. We've got a yellow flag in the first sector, and it's for Beaton, who's had another issue, this time down at turn 3. The traction and the weather giving way, and that Red Bull looking skatish, as if it's driving on ice rather than tarmac. And he's down to P13, and he's got to do it all again, and he will be absolutely distraught with himself. Yanaudi now just moments behind. In fact, there is Yanaudi and Welsh Sponge going past Beaton, who's just gone a lap down. Yanaudi and Welsh Sponge so close to each other, as they have been for most of the wet weather period. We'll keep an eye on the Carlos Sainz and the Dutchy battle. They're just going through turn 6 and 7 now. Carlos Sainz very close there. Goes out, in fact, might be making a move up the inside at turn 9. Goes deep and overshoots the corner, and that allows the Dutchy to go for the old switcheroo to try and cover the position. Carlos Sainz tries to put his nose up the inside at turn 10, didn't really get it alongside, and now out of turn 10 down toward turn 11 and 12. Are we going to see a move? But we're going to switch back toward Yanaudi and Welsh Sponge. Welsh Sponge goes defensive to the inside, and Yanaudi can't go for a move. The Dutchy was able to hold off against Carlos Sainz at 11 and 12, and now through 13 and 14. Here we go, Carlos Sainz, much better exit through 13 and 14, now down the banking. Sets himself up another move maybe in the wheel tracks of the Alpine. Is gaining, not gaining enough to have a go. Carlos Sainz has to wait another go around. As we look back toward Yanaudi and Welsh Sponge. Two brilliant battles on track. As into turn 10 come Welsh Sponge and Yanaudi. The rain still falls here at Zandvoort, just has done for the last 25 laps. And Yanaudi still, he waits behind Welsh Sponge, waiting for that move, waiting for that mistake. Carlos Sainz just dropping back a little bit off the back of the Dutchy in the last lap or so. As we look once more toward Yanaudi, chasing Welsh Sponge down onto the main straight. He's too far back this time around. Nothing coming from him. Meanwhile, Welsh Sponge versus the Dutchy. Welsh Sponge, not Welsh Sponge versus the Dutchy. Carlos Sainz versus the Dutchy. Carlos Sainz definitely a few more car lengths back than he'd have liked to have been. To be trying and making a move from this range would be foolhardy at best. But still he gains down toward turn 1, just not quite gaining enough. There's the gap up in front, still 3 seconds between Cam Mackenzie and PHOENIXGRAY. They're now 13.8 clear of Welsh Sponge, who's still trying to desperately hold off the Mercedes of Yanaudi. And I just wonder what the balance of these cars is like if we go to dry. Again, the intermediate running weather seems to be fairly persistent, but I'm expecting the tyres just begin to start falling off a cliff in the reasonably near future, as Carlos Sainz and the Dutchy are still very close to each other, this time down at turn 10. And we'll keep an eye on that. Yanaudi's much closer than he has been. In fact, we're going to go back to this battle down toward turn 1. Yanaudi much closer than he has been for the last few laps. He's looking up the inside this time around. tries the block pass on the inside on Welsh Sponge. Welsh Sponge having none of it, keeps the Ferrari foot in, but it wasn't enough, and Audi finally gets up into P3 in front of Welsh Sponge. Movement Rider sits only 2 seconds further back, and it looks to be getting brighter here in Zandvoort on the Dutch coast. But here comes Carlos Sainz now. Is it his turn to go for a move up the inside at turn 1? He's shaping it up the inside. He's locked up a little bit, gone straight on, and the Dutchie swoops back underneath and swoops back up into P7. Great racing there between Audi and Welsh Sponge and Carlos Sainz and the Dutchie as they make their way through turn 3 once more and back up toward the sand dunes. And now with Audi clear off Welsh Sponge, can he break free and break away and try and close that gap back down to the leaders, put them under pressure and get back inside the 10-second penalty zone? We've got a yellow flag at turn 3. This is for Cinders, who's still on those full set of wets, who was making some steady ground but just goes straight on at turn 2, breaks off the front wing, and that will be a trip back to pit lane for Cinders when he can get there. Welsh Sponge staying with Audi, however, not letting him go in the lap since the overtake. Definitely looks like Welsh Sponge might have been just sitting on a little bit of extra pace. As we look back once more toward Carlos Sainz and the Dutchie, through the banking they go. This time Carlos Sainz looks as close as he did a lap ago. This time just needs to pick his braking zone down toward turn 1 if he goes for the move, but decides to stick behind for another lap, and then gets slightly too much curb at the apex at turn 1 and gets a little loose, but it just costs him a tiny amount of momentum on the run toward turns 2 and 3. It's now yellow flag, sector 2. That's for Cinders again, who's gone straight on at turn 11 and 12. Gets it back underway, but Cinders now, just thankfully for him, only a couple of corners away from the pit lane, as Cam Mackenzie takes us on to lap 35 of 72 here. As Welsh Sponge sitting there with Audi just behind Cinders, retires from the session, makes it our first at pretty much halfway distance. And we look once more to the battle between the Dutchie and Carlos Sainz as it heads in toward turn 13 and 14. Carlos Sainz again with a much better exit off the banking than the Dutchie. Is he close enough this time? The Dutchie goes half defensive. Carlos Sainz looking for that move, and again just not quite there enough for the Dutchie to have to give him some space at the apex of the corner. Welsh Sponge just beginning to drop a little bit off the back of Audi, and is it me, or is the beginning to get a little bit drier outside? The sky just begins to feel slightly less dark than it did about 4 or 5 laps ago, and I have a feeling that the rain could be slowly coming toward an end. As you see there, the wheel tracks of Cam Mackenzie and PHOENIXGRAY beginning to dry out, cool off their tyres as Beaton goes straight on at turn 9. Another mistake, another error from him, and another costly one it is going to be. We look once more, there's Carlos Sainz versus the Dutchie. Welsh Sponge versus Audi, and Welsh Sponge having an issue down there at turn 1. It's cost him big time. And Movement Rider now only 1.5 off the back of Welsh Sponge. Yellow flag, sector 2. That's for Beaton again. Who's there? You see those inters not giving him the grip or the traction he needs. He's just drifting through turn 12 in front of the fans there. Carlos Sainz versus the Dutchie. This time Carlos Sainz gets it stopped at the apex of turn 1. This time Carlos Sainz gets past into P7. And now can he set himself free and try and chase down Edvir? 18.5 seconds is the gap. We're halfway through this Grand Prix, folks. Through goes Carlos Sainz. into the middle sector for the first time in P7 in that Williams. That Williams has been so electric through the majority of the first half of this race in the wet conditions. Came out of the pits in P10, fought his way up to P11, took Jack C and Krytek incredibly quickly and incredibly convincingly, then closed that gap up to the Dutchie and gave us a great scrap. And now already the gap up to nearly 7/10 of a second as they hit the brakes into 11 and 12. Carlos Sainz looks to have that Williams on an absolute knife edge, and it looks like he's absolutely loving it, dancing there. The gap just teetering at a second as they make their way once more through the banking. And now 19.1, his gap to Edvir. Can he try and chase that down before it begins to dry up really truly? This movement rider now inside what that 1 second window on Welsh Sponge. Welsh Sponge, who did so well to fend off Yanaudi for as long as he did. Now Yanaudi's made his way past, pretty much matching pace with the leaders. In fact, PHOENIXGRAY just pulling some time out on Cam Mackenzie a bit now. The gap down to 2.1. So here we go through the banking. Moomin Rider trying to shape a move on Welsh Sponge, who's gone low and defensive very early down the pit straight. Tries to sit there, but then retakes the racing line for turn 1. And he'll hold on to P4 for a little while yet, as the gap at the front was up at 4 seconds, now down to 2. And PHOENIXGRAY just seems to be turning those intermediates on at the back half of the stint. Sydney and Beaton going wheel to wheel. That's at turn 11 and 12. Beaton will hold on to P13 for the moment. As they make their way, this squabbling pair for P13 through the banking and now down onto the main straight. Sydney trying to pick a move here. Racing Bulls versus Red Bulls. But the Red Bulls so quick in a straight line, Sydney can't really get that close. We look back then toward Moomin Rider and Welsh Sponge. Yellow flag for the slow moving. That is Daddy Cool, who has gone straight on into the barrier at turn 12. And it's now back underway, thankfully. So there is the race leader, Cam Mackenzie, going steadily on. 2 seconds clear of PHOENIXGRAY now. PHOENIXGRAY is definitely looking good at this particular stage of the race as Daddy Cool into the pits. Limping very slowly indeed. And now retires from the session. That makes it the second retirement of the race. We're down to 14. We started with 16. And Sydney now much closer to Beaton than he was about a lap or two ago. Can he shape the move through the banking and try and claim that P13 away on the main straight? Here we go. Sydney getting closer to the one-time champion contender. He's come from a long way back. It's an absolute send and a half. Come from a long way back. Sydney just about got it stopped. Beaton takes too much of the inside curb, and that gives him a 3-second time penalty for track extending. Sydney absolutely launched that, and he's just about got it stopped for P13. Meanwhile, we look back toward Moomin Rider and Welsh Sponge, and they both sit exactly where they are. Both stay exactly where they are. Dutchie now 4 seconds off the back of Carlos Sainz since the end of that battle. As Moomin Rider, as Welsh Sponge has an issue. Where's that? At the top end of turn 3. And now gets himself back underway. I wonder, was there a little bit of contact there with Moomin Rider? I don't want to speculate, but yellow flag in sector 2, and it's for Beaton. But Welsh Sponge not having a great run of it during these wet conditions. How dearly would he love for pretty much the rain to stop falling now, so that Ferrari that looked competitive in the dry can come back to life as Edveer has a half spin down at turn 8 and 9, gets himself back underway, but he'll lose some time out then to Carlos Sainz, who's on his way through that very same corner now. About 6-7 seconds then lost for Edveer, 8 seconds lost for Edveer then in that half spin. It's PHOENIXGRAY now definitely turning up that Red Bull a little bit. The gap behind 17 seconds, the gap in front a second and a half. Red Bull beginning to smell blood in the water. Welsh Sponge going to the pit lane. What tyres are they? Are they a set of slicks? They are. Welsh Sponge going for a set of the soft compound tyres. And away he goes. Now this is interesting. No, Welsh Sponge retiring from the session, calling it a day. What an absolute shame. What a shame to bring an end his championship contention that way. Could have needed only 9 points to pick up P2 in the driver's standings. And now with Adams not being here, that will fall then to Beaton, regardless of whatever he scores. With Welsh Sponge pulling off to the side. Such a shame to see Ortron picking up a 3-second time penalty, his first of the race. There we see PHOENIXGRAY chasing down the Mercedes in front. The gap down to 1.1 seconds now. Cam Mackenzie will just beginning to feel that inkling of pressure. I could almost hear. He could probably almost hear the Jaws music as Beaton has yet more issues down there at turn 3. That Red Bull definitely looking overly twitchy down there. Not the race that he'd have wanted to end off this mammoth season. So there we see Cam Mackenzie just pulling a little bit of time back on PHOENIXGRAY here. Gap up to 1.4. As it stands. These two now 8 seconds to the good of Rinaldi once you take into account the penalties that they both have to serve for speeding in the pit lane. It does feel like it would be a rather two-horse race from here. It does feel like a rather two-horse race from here on out. As the Dutchie's staying about 4 seconds off the back of Carlos Sainz, who's pretty much keeping pace with Edveer here. Carlos Sainz doing very well in that Williams to secure themselves that P9 in the constructors' standings. Still Cam Mackenzie making his way through the stadium section. There is the gap now, visibly smaller, 1.1 the gap himself between himself and PHOENIXGRAY. Cam Mackenzie very early there, going to try and cool off those intermediate tyres. I wonder if they're just beginning to overheat. I wonder how worn they're beginning to get now. They've done this set of tyres pretty much half the race distance on their own. Of course, the intermediate tyres do typically tend to go a long time, but I wonder how much grip these tyres have left now, and how much they're beginning to come slick to mediate tyres. I believe the phrase was coined back in Australia. As Cam Mackenzie makes his way through turns 8, 9 and 10. PHOENIXGRAY now inside a second. And definitely the momentum seems to be swinging back towards him here, as the gap now half a second into turn 11 and 12. And now into turn 13 and 14. Can PHOENIXGRAY light that Red Bull up? As once more Cam Mackenzie goes low very quickly off the banking. But there is still plenty enough of a gap there that no difference is being made. The Dutchie beginning to take some time back out of Carlos Sainz. The gap down to, well, it was momentarily 3.5 seconds. It's gone back up to 4 seconds in the last couple of corners. But the battle at the front definitely seems to be where the action is. As Beaton now loops it out of turn 12, completely takes off the front wing of that Red Bull. It's Cam Mackenzie at the far end of the track. The Hammerhead section, turn 8 and 9. Seen a number of drivers caught out so far. Down there and Beaton into the pits, and Beaton then a 10-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. It's a new set of the intermediate tyres and a new front wing on the Red Bull. And away he goes back out into the Grand Prix. Just wanted to have a quick ride on board there. Beaton then retiring from the session. We're down 4, we're down to 12 from the 16 we started with at the top of the race. Cam Mackenzie still leading the way from PHOENIXGRAY. Yanaudi then from Movement Rider and Ed Veer and Carlos Sainz. The Dutchie, Krytek, Jack C, Ortron, Taz Manager and Sydney the running 12. So leaders through turn 3 on lap 46 of 72. And still the rain continues to fall here, just as it has done now for roughly the last 40 laps. And what a difference the rain made. Before the rain you could have said PHOENIXGRAY, Welsh Sponge looked very good at the start of the race. Cam Mackenzie lost traction and lost a place off the grid. But then the rain started to fall and Cam Mackenzie made his way to the front and then went a lap longer on the softs before making the pit stop onto the intermediate tyres and bought himself an extra 2 seconds or so to PHOENIXGRAY. And that really then was the story for the next 35 laps or so. That gap growing from 2 to 4 seconds. And then PHOENIXGRAY's just in the last 5 laps or so, 5-10 laps or so, begun to turn the Red Bull up a bit and close the gap back down to now the 1 second that you see as they go over the line onto lap 47 of 72. Cam Mackenzie there having a wobble down at turn 1, and it's a big wobble because now PHOENIXGRAY not even a car length behind as they head toward turn 3. How much longer do they want these intermediates to last? How much more weather is there still to come? So there we see Cam Mackenzie, PHOENIXGRAY really are the two closest cars on track that are battling each other. Closest car, strictly speaking, would be Yanaudi and Ortron, who are just making their way, who's just made their way past Sydney as well. But once more at the front of the field, the gap staying at a second. It's floating at a second, and Cam Mackenzie sitting there in the lead from that yellow-nosed Red Bull. The race definitely beginning to hit a bit of a quieter spell. Everyone definitely seeming to have found the rhythm on these old set of intermediate tyres that have been on. Just a reminder for the cars, for 40 laps. Just to confirm it, there it is. Yeah, 40 laps, 39, 40 laps or so. Everyone still running, has only made that one stop. There you see the positional changes from the grid order. And the advancements that everyone has made. As into the pits goes Crytek here for the Aston Martin. Now this will be interesting. What tyres is Crytek fancying? Is it a new set of the Inters? I can't see any front wing that needs damage. So yes, it is just a straight new set of the intermediates, and away goes Crytek. The first pit stop we've had the first racing pit stop we've had in 40 laps, and away goes Crytek on that new set of intermediate tyres. Now this will be interesting. What kind of lap times can he produce to catch back up to Jack C? And can he make that pit stop back before the track goes dry? Which I'm looking at my radar screen, and it is looking likely that we may get a bit more dry running here before the end of the Grand Prix. So we'll be following Crytek's progress very closely through the next 30 laps or so. We've got a yellow flag in Sector 2 where the leaders are. I believe that was just Jack C having a little wobble. He's back underway now in the Haas. And already Crytek, there was that wobble from Jack C, cost him about 5 seconds, but already Crytek, the gap was at 17, was down to 15.5 by the time they came through where Jack C was. So 11.2 already. Crytek definitely the fastest car on track at the moment, and the rain has stopped falling here at Zandvoort, and Crytek will be kicking himself for that one. So what would that... So that now cost that pit stop just a lap ago. It's just cost him about 20-25 seconds. Had he stayed it out, had he stuck out on those intermediate tyres, would have been alleviated. I don't know whether he had a slow puncture or a urgent call to the pits, but now he's just got to make all the time back he can on those intermediate tyres. And with Jack C, yellow flag down, where's that? It's turn 6 and 7. All of a sudden that's just made Crytek's job massively easier at making back the position at least that he lost with that extra pit stop. And there you can see Jack C, those rear intermediate tyres are very old and very warm indeed. And PHOENIXGRAY now right on the back of Cam Mackenzie too. All of a sudden the race has just come alive here on lap 50 of 72. Still 23 to go, folks. Don't go anywhere yet, because I get the sense that with the track changing once more, this could be an absolute corker to the end. As into the pits come the race leaders. The two cars that needed to serve 10-second time penalties both get it slowed down this time around. And that's a set of mediums for PHOENIXGRAY. It's a set of mediums for Cam Mackenzie as well. And this will force surely Yanaudi to go round an extra lap. He can't come into the pits without having to double stack, can he? Yes, he can, as Cam Mackenzie gets held behind PHOENIXGRAY. No, that was just a lag bubble. Cam Mackenzie gets back out in front of PHOENIXGRAY, and into the pits comes Yanaudi and Moomin Rider too. Yanaudi setting mediums, and away he goes. Moomin Rider into the box. Edveer then will be the next car. Good stop from the McLaren boys, and away goes Moomin Rider on a set of the mediums. Sydney onto a set of mediums as well. Edveer into the pits too. Just about got it, that car slowed down. And PHOENIXGRAY in front of Cam Mackenzie. That's up at turn, what's the exit of turn 3. Cam Mackenzie having a wobble, and that's just put PHOENIXGRAY back up into the lead of the race. Sydney on those new medium tyres, trying to get it crossed up. The track's still greasy then for the slick running tyres. Edveer, Carlos Sainz, the Dutchie, Taz manager all into the pits now. Everyone's heading to pit lane. As Crytek's tucked up behind Jack C, that the battle for P8. Is this going to come down toward pit lane? Yes, it is. Both cars diving into the pits now, so it's a battle for the pit crews for P8. Jack C gets another 10-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane, on top of the one he already had. And now PHOENIXGRAY 1.3 clear of Cam Mackenzie. Can Cam get those medium tyres up to temperature, and with the slide out of turn 13, that's going to hurt him all the way down the front straight now, as Crytek release back out into the racing surface. And Ultron and Jack C, the last two cars to come out of the pits. Ultron now in a very good spot to get Jack C's points with that extra 10-second penalty he's got to serve. Cam Mackenzie 1.7, 1.6 needs to sort those mediums out, as here comes Yanaudi. Yanaudi looking rapid as well. That gap down to 5.6 seconds. It was up at 6.5 just after the pit stop. As PHOENIXGRAY 1.4 clear of Cam Mackenzie. Yanaudi 5.7 further back in P3. Moomin Rider then 8 seconds off the back. Now this is where we saw it for the last 45 laps or so. Those that had the wet leading setups, looking at Carlos Sainz for example, their cars came alive. Now what kind of damage are those drivers going to feel? Moomin Rider 2 was another one who had felt like a more wet leaning setup. What damage are they going to come under now that we've gone seemingly back to dry weather running? I still don't know whether the DRS has been enabled, yes or not, as Ultron does a loop out of turn 14 and the banked corner. But now with Cam Mackenzie, here we go, this will be a good tell. We'll follow Cam Mackenzie all the way around to the exit of turn 10. This will be the tell to see whether DRS has been activated or not, but Cam just needs to get inside that 1 second window. Any other battles on track? Jack C 6 seconds off the back of Crytek. Crytek trying to pull clear then in the Aston Martin. He was looking good on the dries. What about the Dutchie? Can the Dutchie overcome that 15.5 second gap to Carlos Sainz? 20 laps to go in the championship, and yes, the DRS back online for Cam Mackenzie. And he's inside the 1 second window. 20 laps to go. Two cars. 7 seconds clear pretty much of Yanaudi. Straight battle for the win, folks. Don't go anywhere. This could go right down to the last lap. The last corner. It's Cam Mackenzie through the banking once more. DRS wide open down the main straight they come. PHOENIXGRAY pulls over toward the pit window. Pulls offline, will get a little bit of water onto the tyres, but Cam Mackenzie, that DRS so powerful, half a second gained on that front straight away. And that will be good news for anyone behind who's looking to gain time. Moomin Rider gaining a bit of time on Yanaudi, who's going backwards comparatively compared to the front two. Jack C beginning to take some time out of Crytek as well. And the gaps just begin to fluctuate little by little. Plenty of time left in the race for moments of error, for overtakes to come. And of course Jack C and Ultron with penalties to serve, both of which have now 3 seconds of penalties for Ultron and Jack C, and 10 seconds for and an extra 10 seconds for Jack C for speeding in the pit lane. But PHOENIXGRAY 1.1 now clear of Cam Mackenzie, just beginning to break free of DRS by the looks of it. We need a mighty final sector from Cam Mackenzie to get it back. As through the banking they come once more. 18 to go now. Jack C 5.2 off the back of Crytek. That gap's beginning to come down fairly rapidly. Moomin Rider and Yanaudi both pretty much holding distance to each other. We're following Jack C there. There he is behind. That is the Mercedes of Yanaudi. So he'll be picking up an extra little bit of DRS to help. This is very clever play from Jack C, sticking with Yanaudi, because it does just give him DRS after DRS for his hunt back of Crytek. Meanwhile, up at the front, the still gap at 1.1. PHOENIXGRAY just holding Cam Mackenzie at arm's reach pretty much. And now into turn 11 and 12 they come once more. Cam Mackenzie staying there, 1.2 still the gap. PHOENIXGRAY, Cam Mackenzie. When Cam Mackenzie's been on form, these two have been so evenly matched throughout the season. Qualifying and race trim, but now PHOENIXGRAY, he's turning up the gas. 1:11.950, the gap up to 1.7 seconds. You get the sense now PHOENIXGRAY wants to canter away and win this race in the style that he won the championship in. But can Cam Mackenzie come back, find a little bit of something special in that Mercedes? The Mercedes that has been so consistent. Cam and Rinaldi almost always scoring points, almost always in the top 6 throughout the 25 race championship that we've had, that, as a reminder, started all the way back in early November. And we started in the States, we started at COTA, we got the Americas out of the way early. We then went across to Europe and Oceania for a couple of races, threw in the Middle East a few weeks ago at the start of the year, a couple of months ago almost now. And now we head slowly but surely toward the final checkered flag. And Cam Mackenzie 1.4 off the back of PHOENIXGRAY. It's a better lap from Cam Mackenzie this time around. He just needs to keep plugging away at the Red Bull. Still 16 laps to go, plenty of time left on the table. Jack C now 4.5 off the back of Krytek. He's the other real mover and shaker comparatively. His movement rider now is only 6.5 off the back of Rinaldi. Can he make a last ditch effort to get on the podium for McLaren? The team for which he started the race under the season under full contract with, and then stepped away at around Christmas time. That brought in Ale. Ale's not here today. Moomin Rider's the only McLaren driver here, as there's no Adams either. And can Moomin Rider bring that an extra podium to the Woking family? How special would that be for the Papaya team? As that gap now down to 6.1, 6.2, up at the front, the gap at 1.3. As we head now onto lap 58 of 72. The mile counter ticks by, the lap counter ticks up, and every lap the tension begins to build. And Cam Mackenzie, another 2/10 on that last lap. Good from Cam Mackenzie, just plugging away, as I say. All he needs to do just to try and put the Flying Scotsman PHOENIXGRAY, the champion-elect, the driver who's been so dominant throughout so much of this year, under pressure. Give him one last fight at the end of the season. Don't let him cap the season off in full and shining glory. That would be the thoughts running through Cam Mackenzie's mind. It's a little lock up there into turn 9, won't necessarily help the Mercedes driver. And now PHOENIXGRAY will be able to pick up DRS very soon from the lapped cars. That is the Williams just in front of him of Taz Manager, and so PHOENIXGRAY this time around will be able to pick up DRS from Taz Manager to help extend that gap back out at the front. There it is for the Red Bull car. No such luck for Cam Mackenzie, he just has to do it on slipstream. And as we saw earlier, the DRS worth about 3 to 5 tenths of a second down the front straight. Cam Mackenzie then the gap back up to 1.4. Jack C still 4.5 off the back of Krytek. That little charge just beginning to stall a bit, so too Moomin Rider. That gap staying at still just a little bit over 6 seconds. Still plenty of time left in the race, 13.5 laps now really. Cam Mackenzie, the gap at 1.4. Did so well to lead so much of this race through the wet weather running. How dearly would he love to win this Grand Prix? But he will have to work hard for it from here on out. So this time around, I don't think PHOENIXGRAY will be able to pick up the DRS from the lapped car in front. That is, this time around, that is the lapped car of the Dutchie. He's just gone round onto his 59th lap, receiving the blue flags for the leaders behind, who are on to now lap 60 of 72, with 5/6 of the way through the race. It's a better lap this time around from Jaxie and Moomin Rider, both gaining a few tenths of a second on their respective prey in front. Cam Mackenzie though losing time, the gap up to 1.5 seconds now. He's just hoping that PHOENIXGRAY will make a mistake, make a half little error that will put him back in, as PHOENIXGRAY goes purple again through the first sector this time around. Now it'll be this time as PHOENIXGRAY goes past the Alpine of the Dutchie. Will Cam Mackenzie be able to pick up this DRS on this little straight? Yes, he will. And so, just like swings and roundabouts, Cam Mackenzie gets a little bit of helping hand to close the gap, and he goes purple through the middle sector. Sydney gets a 10-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane for the Racing Bulls V-Carb car. And now Cam Mackenzie back to 1.3 seconds off the back of PHOENIXGRAY. Through the banking they come once more. 12 to go, folks. And Cam Mackenzie goes for the purple lap of 1:11.872. It will be worth an extra point come the end of the race. Sydney in the pits, back out onto track on a set of the soft compound tyres. Might have had a new front wing put on that V-Carb car as well. As there goes the Williams of Tasmanager, who's now therefore puts a lap on Sydney. And all of a sudden, Cam Mackenzie now 1.1 off the back of PHOENIXGRAY. The gap beginning to close. It's been a poor lap from Jaxie. He's lost about 1.5 seconds in the last lap to Krytek. Krytek, though, is feeling like he's gained a fair amount of time on the Dutchie. Moomin Rider still holding station. Cam Mackenzie, though, back inside, or just about flirting with that 1 second DRS boundary. A reminder, the DRS detection zones on the run into turn 10 and the exit of turn 12. They will be the sectors of the track that Cam Mackenzie is pushing extremely hard for to get that perfect exit compared to PHOENIXGRAY. And now with 11 laps to go, this really is the key battle on track. Krytek gaining time though, hand over fist on the Dutchie. The Dutchie, of course, has just been lapped by the two front running cars, but I wonder, can Krytek try and swoop P7 away from the Alpine in the remaining 10 and a half laps, I should say, left. As we follow Cam Mackenzie through turn 9 and 10, there's the first DRS detection point, that white line that goes across the track on turn-in. Cam Mackenzie's fractionally closer than he was a lap ago, but still not quite close enough. There's the other white line of the detection of the second detection point, and again Cam Mackenzie just on the outside of that 1 second window. But then when they come through the banking with the slipstream, Cam Mackenzie will cruise back into probably just about 9/10 of a second as they hit the brakes down toward turn 1. This must be absolutely infuriating for Cam Mackenzie. Krytek now 3.4 off the back of the Dutchie. It's much better for Krytek than the Dutchie at the moment, with 10 to go, folks. 10 to go in the season. And Cam Mackenzie right now just hoping and praying for an extra tenth of a second almost. As here we go through the first of the two detection points on the lap. I think he's done it. I think Cam Mackenzie now is back inside DRS range of PHOENIXGRAY. 10 laps to go. We've got a fight on our hands, folks. This could be absolutely thrilling racing right to the end of the season. And now the gap at 0.8 of a second. Yellow flag, sector 2. That's for Sydney having an issue out of the exit of turn 10. But we're going to follow the leaders now through the banking of turn 14. DRS wide open for Cam Mackenzie. Slipstream and a little bit of overtake as well, just to try and close the gap. Put PHOENIXGRAY under as much pressure as you can. This is where it is. This is what it has all come down to for MSC. It's a drivers' league created by drivers, run by drivers, for the drivers. And are we going to see a driver's grandstand finish here right at the end of the Dutch Grand Prix? The other battles to look at. Krytek now 2.5 off the back of the Dutchie, who was 15 seconds behind Carlos Sainz. The gap down to 12. All of a sudden Carlos Sainz beginning to come under pressure, and he's not that far away from getting lapped himself. Cam Mackenzie 0.6 of a second off the back of PHOENIXGRAY now through turn 8 and 9. These long format races, these 100% races, so often are they pressure cookers. So often are they who holds their nerve right to the end. And we have a yellow flag down at the turn 9 corner, and that's going to cost Krytek all of the hard work that he had done. And now he's fallen inside a second of Jack C. And there's a Yanaudi car in the middle of those two who is lapping both of those cars. Tasmania 3-second time penalty for track extension right at the end. Cam Mackenzie though with DRS gaining, not gaining enough down toward turn 1. Let the duel for the win begin. As Krytek now becomes the blue flag stopper for Yanaudi and Jack C. But still we follow the battle for the lead. Carlos Sainz now just only 10.5 clear of the Dutch. He needs to keep it calm in that Williams. A P6 finish would be mighty impressive for him. As we follow through turn 10, the two leaders, Cam Mackenzie will get another helping hand of the DRS, but it won't be that much longer now until PHOENIXGRAY will get a little bit of DRS off the back of Carlos Sainz. In fact, it might be this time around, folks. It's down toward 13 and 14 we go. No, PHOENIXGRAY didn't pick up the DRS, and so now can Cam Mackenzie slingshot his way past. Down onto the front straight away we go. To start lap 66 of 72, 7 to go including this one. And down toward turn 1 we go. Cam Mackenzie decides to hold spot for a little while yet. Jack C now right on the back of Krytek. Krytek though has the DRS of Yanaudi to try and help defend his own position. It's a purple final sector for Jack C, who's now shaping a move up the inside of everyone. Krytek goes deep. These guys get ghosting because of Yanaudi being a lapped car, and so now Jack C up into P8. 5 seconds off the back of the Dutchie, and Jack C really rigging that Haas out. That I said when it was wet that the Haas was looking quick in the dry. And now can Jack C overturn some of that penalty damage to try and maybe claim that P9 spot? Would have a lot of work to do from here on out for that to be the case, but that helps him though, as Krytek picks up a 3-second time penalty. That means that we have 13, 3, 3, 3, 13. The penalty counts for the bottom 5 drivers. As we have a yellow flag for Sydney up there at turn 9, as PHOENIXGRAY will lead us onto lap 67 of 72. Cam Mackenzie now is gaining, is much closer than he has been, is pulling out of the slipstream, but just to hold position, just to put the silver tipped arrow in front of the Red Bull's wing mirrors. Jack C gets his own 3-second time penalty for track extending. That's going to hurt his chances of breaking away from Krytek to the point of near impossibility, I would think. But can he bring himself closer to the Dutchie and try and put the Alpine under pressure just for the pride of the track position? Cam Mackenzie falling away now off the back of PHOENIXGRAY. The gap up to 0.8 of a second. PHOENIXGRAY throughout the season been so good with dealing with pressure. There's a reason he is the world champion elect by over 150 points. There's a reason that Red Bull are multiple hundreds of points clear of everyone else with over 1,000 points in a season. But can, in the final moments of the final race of the season, can they hold themselves out against a resurgent Cam Mackenzie. PHOENIXGRAY takes the purple lap back at 1:11.820 as they head down toward turn 1. Cam Mackenzie, the gap back down to half a second. Jack C now 3 seconds off the back of the Dutchie. The Dutchie losing time hand over fist in this half of the race. Krytek staying with Jack C. I wonder whether Krytek sniffs a chance at his own P7 once Jack C's penalties are taken into account. Meanwhile, Cam Mackenzie versus PHOENIXGRAY, there's no one in front of them for about 20 or 30 seconds. The next car in front of them is Ortron. They have plenty of time in front of him, so it is now just a straight two-car race for the final few laps. When we go across the line, there'll be 4 to go in the season. As now Cam Mackenzie can open up the DRS once more. Through the banking he goes. In the slipstream, in the DRS. Cam Mackenzie retakes the purple lap and he's pulling out. I thought he was going for a move. He had the overspeed as they hit the braking zone, but Cam Mackenzie wanted to hold and wait another lap. 4 to go. Lap 69 of 72. I had to say it once. Sydney breaks off his front wing down at turn 10. It's been a torrid back end of the race for Sydney. He'd done so well at the start of the Grand Prix, keeping it clean. It's just fallen apart a little bit at the end for the V-Carb car. Still we follow the leaders. The gap now at 0.3 of a second. Cam Mackenzie, it's the closest he's been in a long while since he was chasing the lead all the way back on lap 7 of 72, not 69. And now through turn 10 we go. DRS opens for the Mercedes car. Is he close enough? Does he really want to make a move down toward the stadium section with so many laps to go? I say so many laps to go, of course. Maybe if this was the last lap that would be his move, but no, he waits behind, but he's closer this time than he was a lap ago. And he's got the DRS now through the banking. Has he got the speed? Has he got the draft? Has he got the brakes? Down toward turn 1 we go, and again Cam Mackenzie just decides to wait. 3 to go now. Cam Mackenzie, will he bide his... How long will he wait for this move? Jack C now 1.3 off the back of the Dutchie as well. Reminder that this is just for pride, as Jack C has 16 seconds worth of penalties to serve. He'll still pick up points for Haas, but it will not be the amount they need to overscore Williams to get back P9 in the constructors standings. It is just for pride for Jack C on what I believe is a reserve debut, as Sydney goes around, causes another yellow flag. It's a pit stop for Taz Manager for fastest lap of the race with only a couple of laps left to go. Cam Mackenzie back down toward the stadium section chasing PHOENIXGRAY. We go again once more. They'll be beginning to count down the number of corners, the number of overtaking opportunities that there are left. As Jack C now 0.4 off the back of the Dutchie. Krytek's just behind as well. And now onto the penultimate lap of this season we go. Cam Mackenzie, this time he pulls out. This time he goes up the inside, does he? Might have been a little bit of wheel banging contact. PHOENIXGRAY carries on around the outside. Nothing really matters there. It's all hard racing, but it's fair racing and it's clean racing for the most part. And now Cam Mackenzie has only a lap and a half to go. Really 3 overtaking opportunities left, unless he can do it on the last straightaway, and what an ending that would be for the season. Jack C versus the Dutchie, Haas versus the Alpine. They're coming down toward turn 3 now. This is another battle. This is just for pride, unless Krytek can slingshot his way past both of these cars and pull out 3 seconds in a lap and a half, which would be an almighty achievement at the end. And Taz Manager trying to shape up himself up for a fastest lap attempt, but now Cam Mackenzie and PHOENIXGRAY down toward the stadium section for the penultimate time now. The next time they come through will be their 72nd and final time. And now Cam Mackenzie, he gave it a go last lap. He's slightly further back this time around, but he's going on to the last lap of the championship. How far back does he want to go? Krytek gets a 3-second time penalty for corner cutting. Cam Mackenzie goes out onto the grass there, but carries on. It's all fine. They all carry on through turn 1. The leaders Krytek's lost a lot of time with that extra penalty. Not sure what happened there as we were following the leaders. And now through turn 3, Cam Mackenzie almost trying to pull alongside. Down toward the sand dunes we go as the sun begins to set here in Zandvoort. And now up back towards turn 6, 7 and 8 we go. The fast part of the track, we're following a car. Doesn't really help you out at all. This closely through 8 and now in toward turn 9. The ever tightening turn 9. It's a small lock up from Cam Mackenzie, and might that just be enough for PHOENIXGRAY toward turn 10. This is the last DRS zone, bar 1 of the track. The last overtaking zone under brakes. Is Cam Mackenzie close enough for a move? No, he's not. Down toward the stadium section, what a finale that would have been. And now through turn 12, he's only got a few hundred metres to go. Does PHOENIXGRAY to win the Grand Prix? But he's got Cam Mackenzie so close behind him. It's all about battery, it's all about straight line speed and DRS. Can Cam Mackenzie pull alongside on the run to the line? It's going to be so tight. Cam Mackenzie pulls alongside. It's 33 thousandths of a second on the line. PHOENIXGRAY holds on by the barest of all margins. Carlos Sainz will come home for a very well-deserved P6. The Dutchie versus Krytek. This will go to the line. Jaxie, I should say, not Krytek. This goes right to the line. Oh, and out goes Jaxie. Got loose off the banking. Moomin Rider comes home P4 behind Ginaldi. Krytek then will come home in front of Jaxie's for P8. Jaxie then will come home P9. Ortron then will bring home the Ferrari in P10 for the last of the championship points. Edveer will come home P5 for Kick Sauber. And can Tasmanager steal the fastest lap? It was a 1:11.8 to beat. Tasmanager on the run to the line. Can't quite do it, I don't think. We wait then for Sydney to come across the line in the VCARB car. Well done, Sydney. On as a reserve driver. Oh, what a race. It was a long bomb race. It was a pressure cooker. It went right to the last corner. And what a finish it was. Ultron gets the in-game driver of the day. I'm going to straight away disagree with that. As we wait to see the official classifications, I have a feeling that I know who I'm going to give driver of the day to. It's not the driver that came second by 33 thousandths of a second. It's Carlos Sainz, who was probably the best driver during those 50 wet laps in the middle half of the race. Carlos Sainz gets my driver of the day. Of course, we have to give a massive congratulations to PHOENIXGRAY, Cam Mackenzie and Ginaldi bringing home the podium. Folks, thank you so much for watching. I've been Sharp. This is going to be a slightly longer outro than usual, and I know I can ramble on every now and then. This has been a 25 race long season. I think I've done something like 20 of them, and it has genuinely been a delight and a privilege to do as many as I have. This season now comes to an end, and so too does the life cycle of F1 24 for MSC F1. We still have the GT3 Championship going on, Assetto Corsa Competizione, which I believe we have a couple more races left of in the season to come, so please do stick around for those. And I'll still be back for Formula Lightning Racing on Thursday, I hope. And I'll hopefully do a couple more driver career modes. The reason I didn't do one over the weekend was that my wheel stand broke, and so I was able to pill for a replacement bolt to hopefully try and fix it today or at some point soon. But as I was saying, folks, it has been an absolute pleasure to do this many races for you. Thank you so much for watching and seeing me from the start of November through to now, and listening to my voice. Lord knows why you would. Over the Christmas period, Easter, New Year's as well. Thank you so much for watching throughout the season. PHOENIXGRAY is the Drivers' Champion. Red Bull, the Constructors' Champions. I've been Sharp, and I hope to see you all again very, very soon. But if not, I'll see you on F125, where I may, if my wheel is back up to scratch, I may start a driver career mode before I start streaming for league racing. Folks, I've been Sharp. Thank you so much for watching. But for now, good night and goodbye.